Well, good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, Council. I'd like to call to order our Council meeting of February 27, 2023. First matter on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. And the motion reads that the content of the Council agenda for February 27, 2023 be adopted as presented. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, moving. You're moving. Okay. Councillor Jeffrey moves. Deputy Mayor Fryer seconds. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that Councillor Doherty sends her regrets for today. There's a serious illness in her family, so she is with her family today. The next item on the agenda is declarations of pecuniary interest. Deputy Mayor, you have some you wanted to speak to.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Yes, I do want to make declaration. This is non-pecuniary, so not conflict of interest, but matters involving Collingwood's Code of Conduct, disclosure of an interest. So regarding item 11... Item 11.2.1, staff report P2023-03. I had planned, that'll be the key property with FRAM. I had planned all along to make disclosure on this matter, but felt it was non-disqualifying interest based on similar previous council disclosures. But our integrity commissioner has ruled that since the property is in proximity to my siblings, based on the reasonable persons test parameters in Collingwood's code, and the stipulation that an elected official cannot separate their public duty from their siblings' interests, this is a disqualifying matter. I will not be participating in council's discussion when it comes up on the agenda. I will remain at the council table when the two public presentations are made because there won't be any council discussion. So I will hear all public input in case there is change in property ownership before a final decision is made. I will also note on item 16.1 to receive public correspondence on the consent agenda. I plan on participating in that as well. Just as I have viewed all associated emails that we've been receiving over the last couple of weeks. So the other item I need to declare on is item 12.1, which is staff report P2023-05, which is the water exemption report. I will be requesting the severing of some properties which are listed that staff are recommending exemptions on the ICBL. Again, non-pecuniary, reasonable person test restriction creates the disqualifying interest. So the ones I'll ask for are 80 Sanford Fleming Drive, John Saunders, who's a contributor to my recent election campaign, and as well as my father-in-law, and 325 Ontario Street, and 180 Mountain Road, which is Dunn Capital, and that is my siblings' company.
Okay, thank you for those.
Thank you.
At this point, Bob, were there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay. At this point, we'll have a motion to proceed in camera, and it reads as follows. Whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to the security of the property of the town or local board, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposal of land for town or local board purposes, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And all of these matters refer to one item for discussion, which is the grain terminals. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts, Councillor Ring. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So we'll now move into in-camera and during this meeting. No, okay. Thank you. Yes, Brandon. Okay.
Well, they're giving back the town a bunch of and space at the
Why
end
not?
of the.
I'm ready. That couldn't be.
Good evening, council. Good evening. So we have been in camera, and I'm going to look for a motion from council to rise from in camera. That's Councillor Potts, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. There is a report from in camera, a brief one, but I'll just say, as you know from what I said earlier in our agenda, the item on the agenda today had to do with the grain terminals. So the town, as I've said before, the town and Streetcar and Dream are moving towards finalization of a memorandum of understanding. And this is required to be signed before we go out for public engagement. And the memorandum of understanding, it's not, just to explain, it is non-binding, but it sets out a high-level overview of key business terms and a framework for further agreements to be negotiated between the parties as a next step, including significant public input. So we're ready to come forward with the public input, and so the report I'll ask council to endorse today is the following. Recommend including an announcement that the public presentation on Streetcar and Dream of the high-level concept vision take place on about March 27, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Ring. Any further comments? All those in favor? And thank you very much. The land acknowledgement this evening will be read by Councillor Houston.
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is adoption of council minutes. That the minutes of the council meeting held February 21, 2023, and the special council meeting held February 22nd, 2023, be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Perry, Councillor Baines. Any discussion? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Is there any business arising from the previous minutes? Seeing none, we'll do our community announcements, and we'll start with you, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I just have three short ones. I want to mention again that McHappy Day is an initiative that's raised a tremendous amount of money for the community towards Ronald McDonald House, and that they are running their first annual charity dinner and dance event this year. And it'll be on April the 15th, 23. Tickets can be purchased directly, and any details you want to get, you can get them at their website for Ronald McDonald House, which is rmhctoronto.ca. And the other contact is Vince Schneider directly by phone, 705-444-2157. Other item I want to mention was we have a 211 poster at our front door downstairs, and I wanted to talk about people in need have this quick method to get all variety of assistance from this essential county-led human services delivery system through the use of what are called community navigators to assist the residents. It's a national program, and I'm hoping that people will take advantage of it. The county also funds coordinated access, which is a way of providing virtual access points to those who may be at risk of homelessness. And as well, they also have community connection, provide coordination for emergency shelter systems. So just want to put a shout out there for the to people to remember that they can use 211 when they are in need. The last thing I'll mention is tomorrow, February 28th, Simcoe County is holding a virtual job fair. 100 employers will be on hand. And to get onto that, you could go workinsimcoecounty.ca, and it'll run from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And those are what I have for today.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. Firstly, I'd like to report on the success of our Collingwood Council Challengers team for Coldest Night of the Year. The team raised $1,800, and I know there's a couple more donations to come in, so I'm very proud of the team. I know from council as an entirety, we had 100% participation in the event, and so I'd like to thank the team members, Mayor Hamlin, councillors Doherty, Houston, Potts, Ring, and Perry, and I know Councillor Baines has an excellent number to report on behalf of his team. So then my second report or statement, if you will, is from the Collingwood Blues organization, and their Hockey Battles Cancer event and game held on Saturday night was most successful thanks to the efforts of many. The total monies raised amounted to $20,000, and Aidan Fraser received $14,000 to aid him in his battle with cancer and on his path to recovery. Campbell House Hospice will receive $6,000 to be presented at the Blues game on March 4th. So the Blues organization also wish to thank, on behalf of David Steele and the co-chairs Terry and Cliff Hollingshead, the Blues executive, Mayor Hamlin and Councillor Jeffrey for their ongoing support to the event and attendance at the game, to Mayor Doug Measures of Clearview and Mayor Hamlin for participating in the puck drop as cancer survivors, and arena manager Mel Milanovic, Nathan Robinson, and the entire arena staff for their support. They also send appreciation to the entire Blues family of fans who turned out to see over 1,100 fans at the game and continue their reputation as the highest attendance winners in the league. The organization also wished to publicly thank the many businesses that supported the event and the donations, and they also wish to thank the Optimist Club for their support to this event and every game. And Saturday night, the Blues clinched first place with their 2-1 victory over Markham, and the playoffs are scheduled to start next week. But please note, for the game on March 4th, there's a time change. The game of the Blues versus the Milton Menace will occur, puck drop, at 3 p.m., and it will be televised nationally on CHCH. So we thank the chair of the Blues organization, Terry Geddes, for providing me with all the details and information to share with the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think Councillor Ring, you'd be next.
Okay.
Oh, I'm looking at you and I'm looking at him. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm busy thinking about 6 things. Go ahead, Councillor Houston.
That's okay. I did want to give a little shout out to an individual in the community. Last week was at Anti-Bullying Day, and an individual, Trevor Henson, received a letter of recognition from the province for his 17 years of dedicated work as a champion of anti-bullying in our community. So I just wanted to make note of that. And also, in recognition of the 1-year anniversary of the beginning of the war in the Ukraine, the BIA, at the request of Councillor Perry, has changed the lights of the Seawood sign to blue and yellow.
2 great things. Thank you. Now, Councillor Ring, am I getting this right? Go ahead.
On Wednesday, February 22nd, I had the pleasure of attending the flag raising at the Collingwood Public Library for the Anti-Bullying and Pink Shirt Day. It was nice to see that this worthwhile awareness event was well attended. On Saturday, February 20th, it's already been touched on by, Councillor Jeffries, but I will add to her announcement that the official flag bearers for the walk were Councillor Perry and myself. Incoming events. There is a proclamation and flag raising scheduled for International Women's Day. This will be at Collingwood Public Library on March 7th, beginning at 4:30. And as you can see in front of every councillor or council member here, there's an It Starts campaign is an annual County of Simcoe public awareness campaign which delivers message sharing with the use of It Starts pledge cards. These cards convey a message of inclusion, acceptance, equity, and diversity. It Starts closely aligns with the town has undertaken to share in our community to build a more inclusive, equitable, and accessible community where everyone feels valued, respected, and has a sense of belonging. In support of It Starts and in collaboration with the County of Simcoe, the town of Collingwood is developing a proclamation designating March 2023 as It Starts Month. Prior to today's council meeting, excuse me, each member of council had their picture taken with their personal pledge cards, which will be shared on our social media channels and to spread the word. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Potts?
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Just to touch on I participated in the coldest night of the year walk, and being my first time attending, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And just a special thanks to all the volunteers that stood out in the cold to assist and did a great job, and to Councillor Jeffries for being the team captain and putting together the Collingwood Challengers, the council team. Kudos to you as well. So it was very well attended and something I look forward to next year. That's everything.
Thank you. Councillor Baines, thank you.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Just following up in regard to the coldest night of the year, I'm pleased to report and challenged at the same time to say that the Optimist Club of Collingwood, of which I'm the immediate past president, their team, the Optimist Strollers, raised $1,670, which falls short of the mark of council. So next year, you know that number will be higher. I can give you that assurance. No challenge there. And a shout out, if I can, to the Toastmasters Club of Collingwood, celebrating its 24th year here in Collingwood. The first and third Thursday of every month, that means this coming Thursday night, and then I think on the 26th of the month, well, that would be for March. All right. Toastmasters meet in the Free Schools room from 6 to 7:45 every night. Now, statistics prove that most people would rather be the individual in the box at a funeral up at the front than they would be the person giving the eulogy. Toastmasters trains people, it's a learned skill, to be comfortable speaking in public. So if you have a wedding coming up or, pray tell, a funeral and have to do a eulogy, Toastmasters is the place to go for you. Toastmasters, where leaders are made. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. You're a tough act to follow for us. So. Anyhow, we've all heard about the It Starts campaign and what it stands for, but I'm going to read a little announcement from the library end of it. So the library is hosting an It Starts community craft event this Friday, March 3rd, from 10 a.m. till 12 p.m. Art enables others to experience the world through diverse points of view and connects the people in our community across culture and generations. This drop-in program is being offered in partnership with E3 Community Services. Also, registration is open for the children and youth March break programs. This includes pajama story time, arts and crafts, just about giggled there, arts and crafts events, including embroidery, Mario Kart night, and a competition for teens to design our new youth library cards. It's pretty exciting stuff. You can find details about all of our library's March break programs and register on the library's website at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. And that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just talk for a minute about International Women's Day. As Councillor Ring mentioned, there will be a flag raising. But in addition, the Collingwood Museum is announced the return of Women in Local History project, which is a sidewalk exhibit along here Ontario Street, starting March the 3rd. So this will be featuring 12 signs and celebrating business owners, war workers, medical professional, artists, sports heroes. So that'll be fun to have a look at. And at the same time, starting March 3rd to the 12th, the Downtown Business Improvement Area is celebrating this event also with something called Women Behind the Business posters. So they will be hung in the storefronts throughout the downtown core. And it will feature not only the pictures of the amazing female entrepreneurs behind the businesses, but also information on the why behind their ventures. There will be an event that the town's hosting. It's called a Spectacular Social Soiree. Okay, this is Wednesday, March the 8th at 7 o'clock. It's at the Simcoe Street Theatre, and there will be keynote addresses, our Canada's Queen of R&B and Soul, artists, and complimentary snacks from Lowdown. Okay, definitely worth attending. Tickets are $25 each and are on sale starting last Friday they went on sale. I can also say that the Collingwood Theatre, the Theatre Collingwood Group, is having their annual Girls' Night Out on the March 8th date at the Legion, and it's already sold out, so I happen to know there's a few hundred women attending that. And on the 7th in the morning, there's going to be a celebration over at Butter Gallery, and I'll be speaking just to make sure we have a good start for the Women's Day festivities over some croissants and coffee. I also, just give me 1 second here. I wanted to mention I went to the the grand opening of our circus school on Sunday, and that entrepreneurial business has moved from 800 square feet to 5,000, and it is quite an exciting place. It was full of families and kids and tons of silks hanging from the ceiling. And just so you know, I've sort of committed council and senior staff to go there for a little outing for an hour. Okay, that's my community announcement. Okay, get ready, guys.
I get the trampoline first.
Okay, so we do have a public meeting on the agenda tonight. And I have something I'm going to read here as our introduction, if I can find it. So welcome to Collingwood's public planning meeting. This is for the proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments pertaining to a property municipally addressed as 11555 Highway 26, located on the south side of Highway 26 and generally known as Green Tree Gardens. Just to remind everyone, no decision is made this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to obtain public input on the planning applications. The meeting will begin with presentations by staff and the applicant. Members of the public will then be invited to offer their comments or questions regarding the proposal. Once the public portion of the meeting has been completed, no more public comments or questions will be allowed. I'll then ask council members if they have any questions, and once public and council questions and comments have been received, staff and perhaps the applicant will have an opportunity to respond if they'd like. All questions and comments specific to the purpose of the subject applications will be addressed in a future staff report. It's important that the town receives the correct names and addresses, including postal code, of any individuals who have an interest in these planning applications. If you plan to speak to council at the meeting or you wish to be notified of any future council or committee meetings concerning these applications, you have to provide this information. Just to summarize under the Planning Act, only those who have verbally expressed any comments or concerns here tonight or have provided a written submission of any comments or concerns prior to council's decision have the right to appeal any decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And if you do not make an oral submission this evening or a written submission to council before the council decision, you may not be added as a party to the appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. The meeting is being recorded and streamed on the municipal YouTube channel and broadcast on Rogers TV. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. The minutes will be available on the general public town website. I will ask that we start by planning services confirming to the public that no notification to the surrounding landowners has been given as required with their presentation this evening. Are you starting?
I am starting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone hear me okay? Great.
Yes, go ahead.
So my name is Cassandra Dillman, and I'm a community planner assigned to this file. The proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment at 11555 Highway 26. Let the slides come up, but next slide when you have a chance. Thank you. So the meeting will follow the town's standard public meeting format, and the remainder of the meeting will consist of the confirmation of public notice, an overview of the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendment review process, an overview of the application. The applicant will have time to present, and then the meeting will open to receive any comments or questions from the public, followed by comments and questions from council. Next slide, please. In accordance with the Planning Act, I can confirm that the notice of public meeting was published in the Collingwood Connection newspaper and circulated on February 2nd, 2023. Notice was also given by ordinary mail to every landowner within 120 meters of the subject lands. Next slide, please. This slide provides a general overview of the development review process. So the applicant submitted their applications under the Planning Act, accompanied by the supporting plans and reports in July 2022. The application was preliminarily reviewed by Planning Services and deemed complete on September 8th, and a notice of complete application was published in the Collingwood Connection. Step 4 on that slide involved the circulation of the submission to various town departments and external agencies for review and comment. The statutory public meeting is tonight. That's the one that starred. And we're here this evening to learn about the proposal and to receive comments from the public and council on the proposed application. I will return to the slide at the end of my presentation to review the steps to come. Next slide, please. The subject land is located on the south side of Highway 26, approximately 330 meters east of Princeton Shores Boulevard. The agent for the application is Kristen Rennie, and she is in attendance this evening and will be providing a presentation shortly. The purpose and effect of the applications are to redesignate and rezone the property to permit a mixed-use development that would include 55 townhomes and a commercial building approximately 512 meters in size. The site is bound by Highway 26 and a residential neighborhood to the north. Lands designated residential to the east. This is Purdy River Academy, a school. Cranberry Marsh to the south, and residential lands to the west. Next slide, please. To provide some more context for the development, it can be useful to see the preliminary site plan. So the commercial area is adjacent to Highway 26 with access from a private road. The 55 townhomes would be created by way of a vacant land condominium. Next slide, please. The subject lands are designated highway commercial with an exception, number 2. This limits the proposed uses to a small-scale garden supply, outlet, hotels, motels, personal services, convenience stores, and restaurants. Going on Schedule A of the Collingwood official plan, and you can see that on the image there on the left. The proposed official plan amendment is on the right. So the official plan amendment application, it proposes to remove the exception limiting the permitted uses and apply a new highway commercial exception. This would permit a variety of highway commercial uses, such as personal services, convenience stores, restaurants, business offices, and retail commercial establishments. The application also proposes to redesignate a portion of the land from the recreation designation, so that's the area in green, to the residential area. This area is shown in yellow. This same area is proposed to be redesignated to the medium density on Schedule C in the town's official plan. Based on the conclusions of an environmental impact study, the application proposes to redefine the boundaries of the environmental protection designation. That area is in blue at the bottom of the image there. Next slide, please. The subject lands are zoned highway commercial, again with an exception, number 2, which limits the permitted uses to a garden supply outlet. Property is also designated recreation and environmental protection. Recreation zone permits uses such as agriculture, a cemetery, community garden, golf course, and a park. Environmental protection zone permits natural heritage, a hazard area, and conservation. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendment seeks to implement that official plan amendment and also apply a new highway commercial zone exception. This would permit highway commercial uses and also recognize a site-specific parking standard to permit 28 parking spaces. The new R3 zone, with an exception, again, also shown in yellow, is sought for the townhouses to permit a minimum interior side yard of 4.5 meters and a minimum rear yard of 6 meters. The agent will review this in greater detail during their presentation. Similar to the proposed official plan amendment, the boundaries of that recreation environmental protection zone are proposed to be redefined. I will note that lands zoned recreation are located at the rear of the development, again, that area in green, adjacent to the cranberry marsh. These lands would not be developable as the area is used for flood storage, proposed to be used as flood storage during a storm event. Staff understand that the applicant is considering some trails or similar passive recreational uses in this area. Next slide, please. I'm a very visual person, so this is just a slide comparing the existing zoning there and the proposed zoning on the right. Next slide, please. Staff have received some comments on this application, so no objection or their standard conditions have been received from Enbridge Gas, Simcoe Muskoka Catholic District School Board, Simcoe County District School Board, EPCOR, and the Ministry of Transportation. We've also received comments from the County of Simcoe and town departments, and these comments have some items to address. We've received no written comments from the public in regard to this application. Next slide, please. Staff have identified a few considerations based on the preliminary review and some of the comments received. So items such as the provision of outdoor amenity areas, compatibility, appropriate setbacks and buffers, and the planned function of those recreation lands will be important to consider during the review of the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendment applications. Whereas items such as the buffering and landscaping, snow storage, waste management, and streetscape will be addressed through the subsequent site plan control application. Next slide, please. After tonight's meeting, some of the steps involve reviewing the comments received, hearing those comments, not redefining, but just the refinement of the application, writing a comprehensive staff report and providing a recommendation on the applications, Council's decision on the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments at a regular meeting of Council, to adopt or refuse the official plan amendment, and to approve or refuse the zoning amendment. If the official plan amendment is adopted, a notice of adoption is circulated to all the individuals and organizations who have requested notice. We also post this in the local newspaper. An application package is then submitted to the County of Simcoe, as they are the approval authority. If the official plan amendment is approved by the county and no appeals are received, both amendments would then come into effect. Next slide, please. Reached the end of my presentation. So members of the public, they can check the town's website to review committee meetings and agendas. There's an option to subscribe to updates on the town's website. If anyone would like to receive notice of the decision, please email me. My email is on the slide there. And I'd like to remind everyone that tonight's meeting is to receive comments on the application from members of the public and to share information about the proposal. Should anyone wish to submit additional comments following the meeting, you're welcome to email me at cdillman@collingwood.ca. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Dillman. That was excellent. Would there be any comments? Yes, the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, it is on. Good. Madam Mayor and members of council and staff, I do a presentation as well, so I'll just wait a second, or I can introduce myself. Kristen Rennie from Georgian Planning Solutions. I'm a registered professional planner and the owner of Georgian Planning Solutions, and I am the agent acting on behalf of the applicant, which is Sherwood Homes. Next slide, please. I'm going to be very efficient because Cassandra has been very given a good overview of the proposal, so I will just add in items that have not been touched upon. So just quickly, the purpose of the public meeting is to consider an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to implement a mixed-use development that includes commercial and residential units. Next slide, please. So the applicant is seeking planning approval for a mixed-use development that includes, as I mentioned, commercial and residential units. The commercial block is located along the front of Highway 26 and is 3,179 meters squared with a proposed 512.2 meter commercial building and requesting 28 parking spaces as well. The residential area proposes 55 residential townhouses, each having 2 parking spaces, a garage, a front yard area, and a private individual backyard amenity space. The property will be developed as a vacant land condominium and will include access to and from Highway 26 in 2 locations by way of a 7.4 meter private road. There's a 1.8 meter sidewalk on the internal side of the development. And access to the commercial block is from internal to the site, not off directly from Highway 26. There are also 14 visitor parking spaces, which include 5 barrier-free spaces as well. The development also proposes a landscaped area that is internal to the site, in behind the commercial area and the internal townhouse units. There's also a buffering between the commercial block and the residential that's proposed by way of a fence to separate the 2 uses. There's also a proposed amenity space south of the residential area, and that can be, I don't know how well you can see, but there's like a little dashed blue line area that's intended to be that amenity area. It will be accessed by a 3-meter walkway from the development and will be programmed with outdoor play areas, benches, and trails. The trails will also provide connections to the Cranberry Marsh Trail system with connections to the Greater Collingwood Trail network and the Georgian Trail as well. And this will support active transportation opportunities for the residents of this neighborhood. These trails will also be designed with direction from our environmental consultants, since it is within, some of them are within the marsh, the Cranberry Marsh area. Next slide, please. Just quickly again to go over the official plan amendment, it is to redesignate the portion that is identified in red to remove the garden supply outlet, the hotel and the motel uses, and to include more appropriate uses on that site that we thought would support the residents in the area and be considered small-scaled in this area. The yellow area is going to be redesignated from recreation to medium-density residential, and again, that's to recognize the residential aspect of the development, which includes the townhouse units. And we are refining the boundaries of the environmental protection designated area, which is shown in blue on the sign, or on the slide, just based on the outcome of our studies that we've done in support of this application. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendment that's proposed relates to the rezoning of the highway commercial designation, as Cassandra spoke to. We are also rezoning a portion of the recreational zone to residential, third density exception. And in the next slide, I'll get into more details associated with the exception that we are asking for. And then again, to refine the boundary within the zoning bylaw for the environmental protection zone. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I just wanted to give you an idea. We're asking for an amendment within the R3 zone to support the proposed residential development. And the first request of relief is from the interior side yard to 4.5 meters. And the two circles in blue show the areas in which we have those sort of pinch areas that we're looking for the amendment to be. And so at the bottom of the property, which is to the west, it is 4.5 meters from the side of that townhouse that's proposed in that area. We have also been working with the neighbor to the west and are aware of their development proposal moving forward. And this particular setback does not impact their development. In fact, it's beside a treed area and the driveway access to a parking area. So it's not directly behind another residential unit. The other area is on the other side of the development on the east side, and it's a 5-meter setback, again, circled in blue at that area. And this is at the side of the development adjacent to the Pretty River Academy sports field. We're also requesting relief from the rear yard setback to 6 meters. And the green arrows, I hope you can see them, they're kind of hard to see, but those lots are backing onto the open space at the back. The requested 6 meters rear yard setback still allows for each unit to have a sizable private amenity space. Next slide, please. So as part of our application, we submitted several technical reports in support of our submission. Planning justification report, an urban design brief, an environmental impact study, tree preservation and protection plan, a stage 1 archaeological assessment, phase 1 and 2 environmental site assessment, a geotechnical report, hydrogeological investigation, functional servicing report, stormwater management report, traffic impact study, detailed engineering drawings, a noise study, record of site condition, and a truck turning plan. I'm thankful that we do digital submissions now, because that would have been a lot of paper. A lot of those reports did help to dictate the developable area for this property. So there was a lot of work done in order to establish that site plan that you've seen throughout the presentation. Next slide, please. These are some elevations that I just wanted to show you. These were part of our urban design brief as well. So this is a 2-story townhouse. Next slide, please. And this is a bungalow townhouse, what it could look like on the site. And the next slide, please. Just an example of what the commercial block could look like as well. And one more slide, and any questions? I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Would there be any questions or comments from the public this evening? Yes, please come forward.
Worship, Deputy Mayor, council members, and town staff. My name is Colin Inglis, here once again representing the residents of Lighthouse Point. Speak to you not only in the interest of Lighthouse Point, but also the northwest section of Collingwood, in this case, the Highway 26 West Corridor. Here we are for the second time this year considering an application for an official plan amendment and rezoning along the Highway 26 West Corridor between Cranberry Trails East and West. The casual observer might think an official plan to be comprehensive and unassailable. The reality being that official guidelines might be a better term given the ease with which they are altered or challenged. Yes, I know the province has taken an axe to the concept that local decision-making is best. Seems the best we can hope to do is provide some guidance on density and height, with the only real constraints being market forces and construction costs. Official plan is required under the Planning Act, but is not the only plan the town has. There is a strategic plan, a parks master plan, and etc. The question is then, who is looking after the overall plan? There are 3 active projects along this corridor with a different planner assigned to each. No apparent continuity there. Looking at the proposed site plan for this application, I note there is a strip along the highway labeled road widening. This contrasts with the site plan for the residents of Silver Creek to the east, where a similar strip is designated as trail. Who is responsible for ensuring continuity of purpose for the town and dealing with the development community? Let's talk a little more about active transportation along this corridor. The town maps show a contiguous trail along Highway 26 from Cranberry Marsh Trail Connector to Cranberry Trail West. This is not the case. Development applications provide an opportunity to correct these deficiencies. Let's not squander them. To carry the concept a little further, it was interesting to hear at the recent Active Transportation Advisory Committee report the importance of separating active transportation corridors from traffic. Is there a busier road in Collingwood than Highway 26 West? The report on an updated environmental assessment for a mountain road between Cambridge Street and 10th Line went to great pains to describe separate mixed-use active transportation corridor planned for this section of road. To the best of my knowledge, other than the person who appeared to be living in one of the industrial units for a time, no one lives along this section. Yet if we look at the Highway 26 West corridor with numerous residents and apparently more to come, there is a disjointed trail system with no winter maintenance, which forces those doing the sustainable by using active transportation methods onto the shoulders of a busy highway. Safe? I think not. I had occasion to be at one of the automotive dealerships along Highway 26 East this morning. While waiting to have my vehicle serviced, I went for a walk beside the highway on a concrete sidewalk, which was plowed and sanded, well separated from the roadway. It was a lonely experience with not another pedestrian in sight, which makes sense because on the south side there are no residences. I ask you, if we can place and maintain sidewalks where there are no pedestrians, where is the plan to put sidewalks where demonstrably there are active transportation users? Parkland, or more specifically the lack thereof, is another issue in the area. There was one rather sad park of less than half a hectare in the area. I encourage you to look up the assessment of this park in the master plan and ask, given the sorry state and lack of facilities in the area, why it was assigned a low priority. The park master plan contains some lofty goals around the size of parks versus population and walking distance to a park for that population. Here we are looking to increase the area population and presumably accept cash in lieu of parkland again without a plan to actually have a park. The town was able to come up with a reported $1.7 million to purchase a small lot across the street. Surely the purchase of property for park purposes in this underserviced area is not out of the realm of possibility. There is some urgency to this, as the day where there is no undeveloped or redeveloped land in this area is rapidly approaching. I remind you that the owners of what are predominantly condominiums along this corridor pay exactly the same tax rate as, for example, a detached dwelling on Maple Street, while getting considerably less service. Is it unreasonable to expect the town to live up to its goals and provide parks and sidewalks? Members of Town Council, you are elected to provide leadership and oversight. I ask you to demonstrate both by directing that the issues mentioned be immediately addressed, in particular ensuring that we do not lose opportunities due to development making provision of active transportation and parks an impossibility. Treating developments in isolation without an overall area vision will find us unable to achieve the vision we all have for the town. Thank you. Happy to field any questions or comments you might have.
Hey, thank you very much for your comments. Much appreciated. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to address this matter? Deputy Clerk Dahl, would there be anyone online who wished to address the public meeting?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. We do have one individual online with their hand up. It's James Dalziel. I'll just request you to speak.
Go ahead.
James, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just a technical issue to start. On the Zoom connection on the agenda, it's quite awkward. So I had to go to Zoom itself to get connected with your meeting. So I wonder if somebody could look at that to make sure it's a smoother transition.
Facing it.
Thank you. Now, a couple of things on this development. Are we looking at more, maybe Miss Rennie could touch on this. Are we looking at more intersections from the development onto Highway 26?
Your concerns, and there will be a reply at the end of all the public comments.
Okay, thanks. I've just scribbled down some stuff here. What is the status of the county official plan at this point? I understand it may be in limbo.
Yeah, we'll address that as well.
Thank you. What kind of commercial development is planned at Highway 26? What is the waste collection plan for that the townhouse development?
Okay.
And I guess that's about it for now. Thank you.
Okay, that's quite a list. We have it. Thank you. Yes, Deputy Clerk.
Thank you. Before James leaves, if you can please provide your address for the record for the public meeting.
Yeah, sure. It's James DL, DALZIEL, at 11 Conservation Way in the West End of Collingwood, L9Y0G9.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Deputy
you.
Clerk Dahl, would there be anyone else wishing to address council?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. If there's anyone else on the Zoom call wishing to speak to this public meeting this evening, if you could please raise your hand. And there's no one else wishing to speak at this time.
Okay, I'll just ask the traditional, are there any other participants who wish to address the public meeting? I'm seeing no one. Okay, thank you. Would council have any questions or comments this evening? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. To Ms. Rennie, I suppose, can you define the uses of the commercial building? Is it going to be one business, i.e. the continuation of Green Tree, or will there be other businesses located within that? That's all.
Yes, do you want to come up? Sure, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, to Councillor Baines. In terms of the commercial uses, and this actually answers one of James's questions as well. We're proposing, and we're still working through it, what we were proposing originally. We can still chat with the staff to work through it. But for example, the uses would be business office, convenience store, general merchandise store. I'm taking the list. We went through the list that exists within the C5 zone and picked out what we thought were appropriate for these sites. This site, professional service office, medical office, personal service shop, real estate office, and a restaurant are what we've proposed. So currently on the property, it's designated to permit the garden supply area, a hotel and a motel. We are removing those uses from the designation. And then within the zoning, it's site-specific that permits the garden center, and that's the only use that's currently permitted on the commercial area.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Baines.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a follow-up question, which would be, where would it be our intention, or this development's intention, that it's the 55 new units, where would they recreate?
Within the development, there's a large area in the back of the property. I don't, do you know this? I had to look that up before I came because I knew this was going to be a question. It's fairly large. It's more than what we would be required in terms of the 5% minimum that would be as part of the parkland. It's a large area.
Parents with their children, dogs.
Yeah,
right.
the intent that it would be programmed with a play area, benches, trails, and then connectivity to that larger trail system that exists.
Thank you. No further questions.
Are there any other questions from council? Yeah, Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I was just curious as to why the rear yards are backed onto open space. Why would we require a reduction in the backyard setback? I'm just curious as to why that would be.
So it's been suggested by our esteemed staff that we hold the answers. Give all your questions.
That's fine.
It's okay. So if you we'll ask you to comment in just a moment. Okay. Did you have any other questions? That was it? Okay. Deputy Mayor Farr?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and some of the questions are pending answers. So, but the one I wondered about was in regards to the commercial area. I just would like to know if there's other commercial areas approved in anything nearby, or is this going to be something that would just be kind of a central point for everyone in the area?
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? I have a couple. One, whether this will be a public road through the townhouse development. And also, I'm very interested in, of course, there may not be answers today, but in the active transportation corridor along 26 and also in the public park issue, and wondering whether that 1.5 hectares could be a public park, especially since it's going to be connected to the trail system. I also believe there's a heavily treed area along the west property boundary of this site, separating it from the condominium development on the west side of the trees. And I have a question about whether those trees will be preserved or what the plan is for them. So those are my main questions. Okay, so who would like to answer these questions to the best of their ability tonight? Yes, go ahead, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I can start with some general responses to the questions, and then we can drill down with Ms. Rennie and Community Planner Dillman as required. So the first is to remind Council and underscore for members of the public who are joining us today that these two applications set the principle of development for the lands. So are the uses appropriate and the general form of development through the zoning bylaw in terms of height, massing, setbacks, and so on. There is a following application, which would be for site plan approval, where we look at things that are more detailed, such as tree preservation, AT connections, etc. But we can certainly say that those are top of mind for staff as we even move through this higher level process. There was also a question about the status of the county's plan. And we understand that the county has submitted their most recent official plan amendment, which is to address growth management under the Municipal Comprehensive Review to ensure their plan aligns with the provincial policy statement, as well as the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe to the province. But that most recent amendment has not been approved. The bigger question is under Bill 23, ultimately the role of the county in land use planning is to be strongly reduced or perhaps eliminated in its entirety, though we do not yet have a time frame from the province as to when that would be in fact in effect. quickly scrolling through my notes here to see if there's anything else that I wanted to add. Oh yes, the final thought is you may see Community Planner Dillman as the individual who's shepherding this file and providing the presentation, but just to reassure again, Council and the community that every time we get a development application, not only do we have a robust pre-consultation process, but the file is also circulated to all internal and external agencies. So for example, Parks, Recreation and Culture would look at the application in looking also at the criteria for their master planning documents, similarly with engineering and environmental services, as well as external agencies like the Conservation Authority, electric service providers, gas, and so on. So you do see just one spokesperson, but there is in fact quite a bit of continuity through all of the applications that we receive with senior staff as well as our external partners. So those were the high-level comments I wanted to offer, and I don't know if it's appropriate, Madam Chair, if Ms. Rennie wants to address some of the details.
Yes, I think that'd be excellent. Go ahead, Ms. Rennie.
Thank you. Okay, let me just check my other side to make sure I answered those questions. So I want to address the 6-meter setback request in the rear yard. So as I mentioned, there were a lot of technical studies that we did in order to support the application. But the starting point of those reports were to establish the development area that we could utilize. And so it did establish the size of that block. And in order for us to achieve the required density required with the zoning, there was really no other way that we could design the property and to have it work. And that 1 meter additional setback helps with the size of the road and the turning radiuses. So we had engineering standards and environmental constraints that we had to deal with. And so that's why we're asking for that 6-meter setback. That's the first one. I can't answer whether there are other commercial areas that are being proposed along the Highway 26 corridor in this area. So I'll have to leave that with the town staff if there's anything that's been brought forth to them. In terms of the road, it is a private road. It's a vacant land condominium, so the road would be a condominium road. The public park aspect of things, that's a good question, and we can definitely have a discussion about that and what it looks like. I can't give you an answer on that right now. The west property line, you mentioned that there are some trees along that area. We are aware of that. We do have a tree preservation plan. Likely the trees along that west area will not be able to be maintained for the entire western property because of our stormwater management and grading and drainage on that property. But we do have recommendations within our tree preservation plan that for a tree that is removed, we would replace it with 2. And I think those were the only questions that answer, unless there's any others.
I had written down one other from James about the waste collection plan. I don't know if you've turned your mind to that yet, but.
Yes, and we are still waiting for comments from the county. So they are in charge of the waste collection. And so we'll be working with them to figure out a solution to the waste pickup.
That's great. Thank you. So I believe that brings the public meeting to an end. So the next item on the agenda is a deputation. This has to do with Collingwood Quay and the zoning bylaw amendment and OPA request. Yes.
Oh, sorry. I'm sitting
Just
for the
wait one
deputation.
second.
I'm staying
Yes,
for the
go ahead.
deputation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer indicated at the beginning of the meeting he has a conflict and will be leaving the meeting for this portion.
I was going to listen to the public.
To the public
so
portion.
sorry. I got a little ahead of myself there too.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead then. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Council, councillors, staff, and the public. My name is Serrafero. I'm a Senior Vice President with FRAMslokker, And I just wanted to take 10 minutes of your time to kind of clear the air and go through some of the history of this project. I personally have been involved with this project for over 21 years, so it goes back quite a few years. I know Councillor Jeffries was on council at the time, but a lot of new faces, obviously. So what I'll do is I'm just going to go through. I have 10 slides, and next slide, please. And then just talk about a few of the items that perhaps come up in the news, through the social media, in the public eyes in the last couple of weeks since we were here 2 weeks ago at Development and Operation Committee. So what you have in front of you is a map of the official plan amendment that we put into place in 2005. It was OPA number 2. This particular parcel land, block 6, was intended to have a residential development in the whitish area. There was a continuation of a waterfront public park with a full dedication to the town. And there was a notion to have a restaurant at the tip in the orange. So the intent was to have the waterfront trail continue along the waterfront, come to a certain point, and there was the notion of having a 5-meter easement to basically cut across the private lands and reconnect the trail to the other side where the dry dock basin is. So this where we were for a number of years, until about 3 or 4 years ago when we started engaging with staff to look at the redevelopment, obviously, of this particular parcel. We had a workshop with Brooke McElroy, who was the author of your waterfront master plan, obviously with city staff as well. And where we got to is, next slide, please. And we looked at some of the premise, especially with the waterfront. And the key thing that was apparent to us was that the continuation of the trail was a key important public need. Cutting it across and putting a private restaurant at the tip meant that it was a private space. Private restaurant, yes, patrons of the restaurant can access this, but not the public. And so we thought, let's remove the easement across. Let's continue the 5-meter trail all the way around, which meant an extra dedication to the town or more park, and then create more commercial at the base. And at the base, I meant beside the future public square at the intersection, basically the terminus of Ontario and Side Launch. So a lot of the discussion was apparent that in order to have that public space being successful with placemaking was to have some commercial. So we basically fronted that square with 2 commercial uses, and they're approximately 1,700 square feet each. The goal obviously would be to have some food and beverages. In a perfect world, you would have a restaurant, a coffee shop. We maintain setbacks, so there would be a lot of space for table to spill out and to animate the square. Another reason for the relocation, I guess you could call it, was from environmental and climatic reasons. Obviously, at the tip, you're facing Georgian Harbor. A day like today, probably not the best time to be out there. And so obviously from a shadow perspective, being on the north side of the building would be in the shadow for a good part of the day. And so the relocation to the south end provided a southern exposure, less shadowing, more protected from prevailing northwest winds, and the ability to have the space more visible also from the extension of Ontario Main Street to the public. Next slide. These are just some of the potential activity we discussed with town staff. Obviously, a waterfront park with an extended area at the north end could have all kinds of different placemaking activity, including music and holiday event and so forth. Next slide. One of the other things that perhaps there's some confusion over is the overall commercial. Back in OPA 2, the intent at the time was to have the commercial area primarily in this block and the block right behind for about 3,250 square meter. That was the minimum. and the future blocks, what it's known now as the Harbor House development, as well as the Perfect World, were mainly residential. Especially, I guess, Perfect World was a medium density with no commercial. The Harbor House had some provision for future commercial, but really no intent in the OP document. So where we are is where we were, I guess, with about 35,000, call it, square feet, and what it's proposed existing, it's already 41,000. Plus, I guess, through the zoning approval in the last few years, Harbor House has, I guess, 16,000, and Perfect World had 20,000, including two restaurants, for a total of 77,000 square feet. So at the end of the day, we're looking at an increase of more than double in terms of commercial space, what was originally envisioned for the kind of the downtown core shipyard. Next slide, please. Just zoom in. These are just images of what we propose. We propose two commercial spaces. One is at the base of the building, right at the corner, facing or flanking the north side of the future square, public square. The other one, I guess you could call it, it's a pod, a single pod, about 17 or 1,800 square feet of space that again would frame the future square. Next slide, please. Again, I mentioned some of the reason why it was relocated. Obviously, the 24/7 conditions in terms of the climate. Visibility from the street is very important. We have made mistakes before in our development. In Port Credit, where we had about 5,000 square feet of commercial space with poor visibility, and it didn't work. So we're not, retail developer per se, but there's certain things that retail needs to have. Obviously, the parking adjacent to it, we're providing more than the required minimum commercial spaces, because we know that, especially restaurant, they attract more parking. Obviously, we have delivery issues, being close to side launch, garbage pickup, grade elevation, and all kinds of other issues that make this location a lot more feasible from an economics perspective. So next slide. Just zooming in, this gives you a little more of a bird's eye view from a site plan. I mentioned the two different location of retail and commercial, plenty of space to have table outside that could spill potentially into the public plaza. Both location would support our restaurant, food and beverage use. Both are waterfront on the water to the I guess it'd be to the west side of it, and great visibility, obviously, and pedestrian access from the extension of Main Street. On the south side, you see the parking there, so easy access to parking. Next slide, please. This is just, again, overall, just to give you a picture of the trail continuations, the development, the existing commercial already in place, and the ability, ideally, to bring more visitors to the water and through the Ontario extension. Actually, there was a time back in council where there was notion of closing down that stretch of Ontario to pedestrian only between Side Launch and First Street to encourage that pedestrian path. So we would support that. So next slide, please. This is just a little recap. As I said, I've been involved for over 21 years. The official master plan development agreement had a number of contributions that our firm brought to Collingwood, including some contribution towards a waste treatment plant, upgrading of electrical system. This is all in the past. I just wanted to take a second to point some of this out. And the waterfront park was all done with a front-ending agreement where we developer, we would design, build, and finance a construction with a payback from the town. So it was pretty innovative, and I think it worked well. And obviously, the next phase of park will be done the same way. The town will design the park, and we'll just go contract and then build it and turn it over to the town when it's finished. Next slide. And I just wanted to leave you with this. This is one of the most exciting part of the shipyard during side launch days, where it's all animated with vendors and food and people obviously enjoying themselves on the water. So I just got it within the tent. So if there's any questions, otherwise I just leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would there be any questions? I have one, and I may have missed it, but were you agreeing in your presentation to there being a restaurant at the south end of your site?
You, Madam Mayor, yes, we had some discussions internally, and we will be prepared to have one of the two commercial spaces being a restaurant. So we will prepare to have that amendment in the zoning, so that we rather than have it at the north end, we'll be on the south end, but one of the two would.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to hear that you're listening to many of the comments that have been made by the public and others. I just have a simple question, which is access by the public to a washroom, whether it would be in the restaurant or in that pavilion. Would that be, will that occur? Would the public have access to a washroom?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to
Yes.
Councillor. We have not gotten obviously in the details of these design details yet. I guess there's going to be some time that will be spent with Parks and Recs consultants to design the waterfront park and the square. I can see the need for a public washroom, yes. Where they're going to end up, I think it's maybe too premature, but I understand the need, obviously.
Thank you for being open to the concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Deputy Clerk Dahl, the next item on the agenda is reports or minutes from other committees or boards. Are there any this evening?
Thank you, Your Worship. There is none this evening.
Okay, item 11 on the agenda is a standing committee report from the Development and Operations Services Committee. These are all items that were approved unanimously at the committee. I'll read them through and then see if anyone wishes to pull any of them. So this is 11.1.1. The Council received the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held February 13, 2023, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. The first one is C 2023-08, the Annual Board Committee Report, and this is for the Collingwood Heritage Committee and the Committee of Adjustment that was received for information. The second is P 2023-04 regarding 120 Mountain Road. This was site plan approval pending service capacity, and what was before council was approval and authorization of a bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement, and that bylaw number 2023-020 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a site plan control agreement between Commercial Limited and the Corporation of the Town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 27th day of February 2023. The third item is PW 2023-02 Mountain Croft. That's Phase 5 and 6 Assumption for approval and authorization of a bylaw to assume the roads in Phase 6 and the stormwater management pond within the Mountain Croft subdivision, and that bylaw number 2023-021 being a bylaw to assume and dedicate certain highways and municipal services within the Mountain Croft subdivision be enacted and passed this 27th day of February 2023. The fourth item is PW 2023-03, Reduced Loads Review and Overweight Load Bylaw Update. Approval and authorization of proposed bylaws to regulate reduced load periods and oversize and overweight loads on our highways. That bylaw number 2023-022 being a bylaw to designate reduced load periods and the highways or portions thereof to which the designation applies be enacted and passed this 27th day of February 2023. That bylaw number 2023-023 being a bylaw to provide issuing of permits for the moving of oversized, overweight loads, objects, or structures on highways under the jurisdiction of the Town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 27th day of February 2023. And the last item is for report PW 2023-05, Transit Advertising Update. The recommendation was to receive the report and direct staff to create a corporate advertising policy within a future operational plan, proceed with an open market request for proposal, and report back to council with an update of the outcome. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines, Councillor Perry. Would there be any questions or comments about any of these matters? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. There was one staff report that was not voted on unanimously. This is 11.2-1. This has to do with Collingwood Quay, and Deputy Mayor Fryer is excusing himself because of the conflict he declared earlier. The resolution before council is as follows. P 2023-03 Collingwood Quay OPA/ZBA. That staff report 2023-03 entitled Proposed Concurrent Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendments Collingwood Quay Lands dated February 13, 2023 be received, and that bylaw number 2023-018, being a bylaw to adopt official plan amendment number 47, attached as Appendix A to this report, be enacted and passed this 27th day of February and submitted to the County of Simcoe for approval. And that bylaw number 2023-019, being a bylaw under the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter P13 as amended to rezone property known as Collingwood Quay, attached as Appendix B to this report, be enacted and passed this 27th day of February 2023. And then there was a motion made to, as follows, that staff report P 2023-03 be referred back to staff for a peer review of the retail feasibility study, more specifically to the restaurant use at the north end of the property. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Baines. Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. Oh, a procedural question. Okay, we'll hold for a procedural question. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. So with respect to, this would be through to the Deputy Clerk, with respect to this Standing Committee recommendation, is that severed out and voted on independently and has to be defeated for us to get back to the original motion? Because I have an amendment for the original one, but we do have to go through the process of voting on that Standing Committee recommendation.
Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey, you're correct. Yeah, I would recommend voting on the referral first because it's referring the whole matter back to staff before making a decision on the final product.
So, and through...
Just one second. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Did you have something else you wanted to say before we seconded the motion? Yeah.
Sure. So, and just to follow through then, we're severing out just specifically the Standing Committee recommendation that we're voting on. We're not voting on.
That's right.
And you have a mover and a second. Okay.
I haven't got a seconder yet.
Oh, because, okay.
Councillor Potts, would you like to second this?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay. So I do have a major amendment which I could put forward as a, so there's a couple of choices here. This is why we're having discussion on the procedure. So the motion from last time, which was to refer it back for a retail analysis, if we were to vote against that today, then we could put something else on the floor, which is, I think, what Councillor Jeffrey was suggesting. I had a discussion earlier with the Deputy Clerk about just amending that, but it is cleaner, I think, to just vote against that if we had a sense to move on to a different thought on this. So perhaps then we'll start with that referral back to staff for the peer review of the retail feasibility. Okay. So is there any comment on that? So I have one, which is I have since had a lot of meetings and discussions with staff and the applicant and others, and have a different way that we should approach this today, which has to do with going back and having a look at our waterfront master plan policies with the consultant who helped us through those policies. And so before I put that on the table, though, perhaps we could deal with this amendment. So I would be asking those to vote to proceed with this standing committee recommendation, and if you vote against it, we'll proceed on to something else. Okay, all those in favor of this? All those against? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. So what I wanted to put on, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Is this when I put my amendment request on?
Well, I had quite an extensive thing I worked through with staff about what I wanted to bring forward for this tonight, and I wouldn't mind getting it on the floor before. Maybe you could listen to this and see if it meets what your intention was, or to amend it at that time. So this is what I would put forward instead, that a peer review, and this is just really summarizing what I've just said, that a peer review of the retail feasibility study, including the viability of a restaurant use at the north end of the property, is not required, that the draft concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments be revised as appropriate to require a minimum of 150 square meters of ground floor commercial uses fronting the side launch basin promenade and the north side of the town-owned plaza be used exclusively for a restaurant use, and that the report be referred back to staff to seek an opinion from Brooke McElroy on the revised proposal within the context of the overall vision for the shipyards area as outlined in the waterfront master plan and other related documents, including any benefits or challenges in recognition of the community wishes for the proposal to contribute to an active waterfront that is connected to the downtown as well as a restaurant on the water. 4, and an amended report incorporating the revised concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and the opinion from Brooke McElroy be targeted to return to council in the March meeting cycle. And lastly, that the proposed promenade around the exterior of the site be designed to accommodate snow removal equipment as part of the review of the future site plan control application. Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Perry, Councillor Potts, thank you. Would there be any amendments, comments, questions? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I know you've put a lot of work into this, but I'm really opposed to that approach. I think I heard the developer say that they've already consulted with Brooke McElroy, who was the writer and creator of our waterfront master plan. And my amendment, because you had asked me if it was close, my amendment was simply to require the developer to commit to a restaurant in one of the 2 commercial areas. I wouldn't mind adding the part maybe that the snow clearing availability for the and safety of the parkland around the development be added to that amendment. But I'm quite comfortable. I wouldn't be supporting this amendment because I'm quite comfortable in doing a simple amendment to ask the developer to commit to a restaurant in one of those 2 commercial spaces.
Okay, I'll just comment that I did hear the comment from the developer this evening that they did consult with Brooke McElroy, but as a member of council and from all the concerns I've heard from the community over this, including a survey of almost 1,400 people signed a petition, I guess, and numerous emails and so on, I think I would like to hear as a member of this council and as mayor, that Brooke McElroy, advises on the benefits or challenges, as I've put in here, in recognition of the community wishes, that this, does this proposal contribute to an active waterfront that's connected to the downtown, as well as providing this restaurant on the water? So that was the thought process, I'll just say, around where I've come from on this. Are there any other questions or comments? Yes, go ahead,
Just a point of clarification. Are you
Yeah.
so are you looking for a peer review by Brooke McElroy, or are we just looking for an opinion?
Well, the words here are an opinion. What I'm hoping for is a relative, not like I'm looking for 2 pages, because they're pretty familiar. I think right now, as I've heard, this firm's been retained to look at all the public realm spaces down at the waterfront. So I don't think we don't need a huge report on this, but I really would like to know they've turned their mind to this and that it fits in with the goals of our community. Councillor Ring, go ahead.
With that opinion, what are we looking for? Excuse me, other than what we were presented today. Like, what would you think that we would get from that review?
Well, I'd like to know how this is in his mind for the scheme of the waterfront and how it's proposing. Is this sufficiently connected and providing pedestrian access? Because the original proposal here that this developer was involved in, of course, was to put the restaurant at the north end. And what I'm hearing from the community is this is a significant change in their mind. So, and I believe Brooke McElroy was involved in all those original discussions. So I would like to know, we've heard that the developer thinks this is a better location from the restaurant. I would like to hear from the person who guided us through that original waterfront master plan process, if he also thinks this is a good location for the restaurant and for all the reasons that we've been hearing from the community. C.O. Skinner, did you want to add something to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just 2 quick notes. One is that we've been trying to make it more clear, procedural note, we've been trying to make it more clear what people are proposing from motions perspective. And we're always appreciative as staff if folks provide us something in advance. And we were able to capture what the mayor has proposed for her motion, and it is on the screen in case anyone wants to look at the wording. And we'd be happy to do this in the future. The other item is I didn't entirely catch in the proposal, the deputation from FRAM, if in fact the current proposal had been reviewed. I know that they have had reviews with Brooke McElroy in the past, so I thought that there was still potentially some an outstanding potential for a comment on this proposal and how it fits into the overall waterfront schema, but we could potentially have that clarified.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Baines.
I would just say, Mayor Hamlin, that I support this motion because I think it's sort of like a third-party validation of this vision as it has now been expressed tonight, and for that reason, I'd like to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
For a point of clarification, I think the answer to the CAO's question now would be important in terms of the vote. Proposed amendment. So I think if we're able to have that answer this evening, because my understanding, I heard that it was with Brooke McElroy and staff, but I'd just like to have that clarified, please.
Yes, Director Valentine.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor and to yourself with that original question, is that Brooke McElroy is still actively involved with the town. They are our peer reviewer for urban design within this area of town and more generally so. So again, we're at the higher level development applications right now, but Brooke McElroy has already been involved in some of the commentary on the detailed design that will come through site plan, as well as the mayor mentioned, they are part of our public realm plan team as a consultant that's advising the town. So receiving an opinion from them in the next couple of weeks would not be insurmountable, and certainly something that we've already connected with Brooke McElroy to see if they would be able to provide, and they indicated in the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Just quickly then, sorry, and I probably should know the answer. Just getting this opinion, it's still got to come back here before anything's approved one way or
Yes,
another.
that's right.
I was just the presentation tonight, I thought was a lot more of what I envisioned should be down there, and I was really pleased with it. And I was hoping we weren't going to jeopardize that, but if it's just to get the opinion and look at it after we get the opinion, then that I'm okay for that.
And it would come back within, a short order. Yeah. Okay, just 1 second. Deputy Clerk?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Because this is a new referral, I would need a mover and a seconder.
Okay,
I believe you're
thank
still
you.
the chair, so I don't know if you want to pass the chair on while you bring it forward.
Sure. Councillor Jeffrey. You need a mover and a seconder.
I can handle that much. Mayor Hamlin, would you like to move your amendment?
I would. I so move.
Is there a seconder for Mayor Hamlin's amendment, please? Councillor Potts. All right. So is there any further discussion with respect to the referral? All right. So hearing none, then all those in favor of the referral? Opposed? That is carried.
Okay, thank you very much. So that perhaps Deputy Mayor could return. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a staff report. This is P 2023-05, Interim Control Bylaw number 2021-024, exemption requests for 2023 Short-Term Exemption Program Intake 1. The report P 2022-05 dated February 27, 2023 be received, and further that the lands identified below representing 19 properties be exempt from the provisions of the Interim Control Bylaw number 2021-024 and added to the Bylaw Schedule A for purposes and uses outlined in this report. Deputy Mayor Fryer indicated at the beginning of the meeting that he had a conflict with respect to 3 properties, so I'm going to sever those out and we'll deal with those separately. The first is 325 Ontario Street, the second is 80 Sanford Fleming Drive, and the third is 180 Mountain Road. So if we remove those, and with respect to the rest, that we have this report and that bylaw number 2023-024 being a bylaw to amend interim control bylaw number 2021-024 be enacted and passed this 27th day of February 2023. Is there any staff comments on this? Staff comments first.
I do need to add one to the list.
Oh, okay.
And I'm
Go ahead.
sorry for
Sure,
that.
go ahead.
I didn't realize the list would include, and understandably it does, 325 Ontario Street.
Okay, let's just see this.
That also will be one that I'll need to have severed.
Right. I didn't read that one? Maybe not.
Did.
Okay.
You did read it. I'm just saying that's one that I would need to have severed as well. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
That's what I intended. That would be severed together with 80 Sanford and 180 Mountain.
Okay, I'm
that
sorry.
all right?
You
Okay.
already read that one, did you?
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Oh, and also I should have mentioned that 174 Hickory Street has been withdrawn by the owner of that property. So that would be removed from the list. Okay, Director Valentine, would you like to comment at all on this staff report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually do have Senior Planner Wukash here today, and he's prepared to take Council through a short verbal presentation that summarizes the staff report. And ultimately, it does recommend that Council grant a number of administrative exemptions to the interim control bylaw. And these are for minor developments that are not subject to the Servicing Capacity Allocation Policy, or SCAP. And they are in order to support the business community and small-scale housing projects within the capacity allocation that's been set aside for such activities. So, Madam Chair, with your consent, we do have Community Planner Wukash ready with his commentary.
Hello, please go ahead, Nathan. That's great.
Thank you, Director Valentine, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Committee will recall that the interim control bylaw was automatically continued after appeals were received to the implementing zoning bylaw amendment recommended by the town's land use planning policy study as one of 3 tools to address fair and transparent municipal servicing capacity allocation. So to continue to support economic development, housing options, and growth as a complete community, in December 2022, Council endorsed the extension of the short-term interim control bylaw exemption program for the year 2023, while the ICBL remains in effect. At that same meeting, Council agreed to an interpretation of the ICBL that would no longer require an accessory residential dwelling unit, and I'll call those ADUs for short, to obtain an ICBL exemption, and that would encourage more rental housing opportunities in the community. So the short-term exemption program is intended to allow minor development to continue while the ICBL remains in effect. And that minor development includes development of existing vacant lots where no further planning applications are required, infill residential consent applications that would create new lots, and changes of use from one permitted use in the zoning bylaw to another. And typically those are industrial, commercial, and institutional applications. So recent amendments to the town's servicing capacity allocation policy, also known as the SCAP, on January 30th, exempted these minor development proposals from the merit-based system, essentially rendering the ICBL exemption process to be an administrative exercise. So buckets of 2023 servicing allocation capacity were assigned to both infill residential consents and changes of use, while existing vacant residential lots have already been considered to be allocated in the town's hydraulic capacity model. The extended short-term exemption program for 2023 established 2 intake periods. The first intake period for the 2023 program was open between January 3rd and February 10th of this year, with the decision point being accelerated to today's council meeting due to the administrative nature of the exemption requests for minor development based on the amendments to the servicing capacity allocation policy that I mentioned earlier, and to facilitate quicker approvals. A second intake for ICBL exemptions is scheduled for a deadline of May 12th, 2023, pending the interim control bylaw status. So there will be another intake soon if there were applications that missed the initial intake this year. So the town received 13 exemption requests for various minor residential development projects that are not subject to the SCAP, including 7 single detached dwellings on existing vacant lots and 6 applications for consent to create new infill residential lots. It should be noted, as the mayor mentioned earlier, that the application for 174 Hickory Street was withdrawn after the posting of this agenda, and staff would recommend removing it from the amending bylaw for council this evening. And as noted earlier, the development of existing lots for residential purposes are already considered to be allocated capacity, and the exemption requests for the proposed consent applications will fall within the 10 single dwelling unit equivalent bucket, so to speak, allocated for this type of minor residential development. From the change of use standpoint, staff received 6 applications for industrial, commercial, and institutional changes of use, which are not subject to the SCAP because they don't require any planning applications. And staff do recommend that council consider granting these tonight. Council did agree to set aside 50 SDUs each year from the annual allocation to generally account for the servicing capacity increases as a result of these type of change of uses that don't require a zoning bylaw amendment. And although not individually tracked, the recommended exemptions are estimated to fall within that 50 SDU bucket. So staff have committed to highlighting for council any future changes of use that would result in a significant increase in water capacity, like a car wash, for example, with each exemption recommendation report. We do note that there are 4 exemption requests that are not recommended to be granted at this time, either because they're premature and pending an associated planning approval, or they would be subject to the SCAP as a major development application. So the premature applications would be carried forward for consideration in the next intake of the exemption program, or they would be considered under the SCAP as major developments and proceed accordingly. So just to summarize the recommendations in the report, with the removal of or withdrawal of 174 Hickory Street, we do recommend that council grant 18 ICBL exemption requests for the minor residential development and industrial, commercial, and institutional changes of use noted in the report. And that concludes my brief presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have tonight.
A mover and a seconder of this before we get into discussion on the motion. Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Houston, thank you. Would anyone have any questions or comments on this? No? Okay, fantastic. For the ones I have already detailed that we're discussing, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Deputy Mayor Fryer's leaving the room, so we can deal with this same matter with respect to 325 Ontario Street, 80 Sanford Fleming Drive, and 180 Mountain Road. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts and Councillor Baines, thank you. Any discussion or questions on these three? Yes, Councillor Ring.
Excuse me, just a question on the 325 Ontario Street. Is that the original request that's always been in there? Because I thought it was.
Planner Wukosh, can you answer that question?
Yes, if I could ask for some clarification through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Ring.
Their proposed severance to create one new single detached dwelling lot, subject to minor variance. Is that been always their request to the exemption?
Initially, the applicant had suggested several consent applications that would have increased the intensity of development on those lots for several semi-detached dwelling units with additional dwelling units in them, I believe. So through discussion with the applicant, they did revise their application to just create one additional residential dwelling lot for one additional single detached dwelling.
And he heard, and I just wondered why there was a change. Thank you.
Okay, great. Is there any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fryer, come back in. We have a couple of motions on the floor here tonight. The first one is from Councillor Jeffrey. I'll turn this over to you. This is item 13.1.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. My motion is that council request a staff report be prepared to consider the establishment of a committee for the purposes of the environment and climate change protection, and I would add mitigation, adaptation, and resiliency.
Okay, could I have a seconder for that? Councillor Potts, thank you. Any questions or discussion on that? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Councillor Jeffrey, can you delineate the distinction between the current CCAT, the Collingwood Climate Action Committee, or T, I suppose stands for team, excuse me, and what you foresee this committee doing?
Well, through you, Mayor Hamlin, what I would be pursuing through the staff report is, number one, the role that CCAT sees them playing in this, is specifically as advisory to council. And what staff would also be researching is the applicability or advisability of other environmental associations or organizations we have in the municipality, and whether they should be considered or included or willing to be included, and if we should consider public expertise in terms of developing this. So it's not a fixed, it's what I'm asking staff to do is review what they think would be the best terms of reference or format for this advice to council.
Thank you very much for delineating that. I will support this motion.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The second motion is Deputy Mayor Fryer's motion. This is 13.2, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Audit and Finance Committee, and the motion reads that council requests the staff report be prepared to consider the establishment of a committee for purposes of audit and finance purposes. And I'll just say a few words if I could in that regard. I guess we should put it on the floor first, though. So I'll move.
Yeah, so you'd be the mover. Would there be a seconder for this motion? Councillor Houston seconded that motion, so go ahead.
So I've been elected vice chair of the Audit and Finance Committee at the county, and becoming familiar with the role it's serving. I'm also aware of Innisfil has an audit committee, and I'm reading from their website. They talk about the committee advises and assists council in the provision of effective municipal government by reviewing the administrative systems regarding financial accounting, reporting, internal controls, safeguarding of corporate assets, compliance with legal, ethical, and regulatory requirements, efficient and effective use of resources. The committee serves as a communication focal point between council, the external auditor, and management. Members facilitate an impartial, objective, and independent review of management practices through internal and external functions. What I had envisioned is the same. Again, we'll wait until we see the staff report from our own staff and their recommendations. But in Innisfil's case, it is a case of where it's similar to some of the other committees we have, such as the Affordable Housing Task Force, and most likely if the other economic development and climate move forward, where we have some independent public representation on that advisory committee. So I think those are all the comments I wanted to make, just to try to clarify what it was looking for from the report.
Okay, thank you. Would there be any questions or comments? I just wanted to say I've been so impressed with Treasurer Quinn and how she's whipped the whole department into shape, and the changes I've seen in what we get during the budget process compared to previous years. I'm not opposed to having staff provide us their view on this, but I'll just I guess I'll hold back my comments until we see what they have to say. Okay, so all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Are there any bylaws tonight, Deputy Clerk?
Madam Chair, there's 13.3 on the agenda still.
Oh, sorry. That's right. Thank you. 13.3. Councillor Ring, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. This is going to be short and sweet. I would like to withdraw this motion, but I'd like to give a brief explanation why, please.
Yes, please do.
After discussion with CAO Skinner regarding council's previous motion, which directed staff to engage in discussions with Landmark Sinton to extend the Transit Plus accessible service after the current end time of 9 p.m., I was advised that this matter will be brought before the Development and Operations Services Committee meeting of March 13th. Hopefully that report will address my concerns, and in view of the fact that the next DNO committee meeting is only 2 weeks away, I will at this time withdraw my motion of obtaining a quote from Ace Cabs for an interim extension of their evening accessible taxi service.
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
Thank you.
Okay, item 14. Are there any bylaws this evening? No?
Madam Chair, there are not.
Okay, thank you. The next one is 15.1, which is a notice of motion, who is clearly drafted by someone who didn't have to read it. Because it's 3 pages. Oh my God. Okay, so the town has for many years been a member of, just by way of introduction, been a member of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative. And this is the only bilateral organization of its type. So the members are the American cities that bound the Great Lakes and the Canadian cities. So there's quite a couple of hundred members, and also along the St. Lawrence, of course. They have an executive staff person in the Ottawa area and one in the Chicago area. So I spoke to both of them actually when I first was elected, just to find out what exactly is involved with this group. And they are doing some really valuable stuff at lobbying, both in Ottawa and in Washington, and really promoting the safety and future for our Great Lakes that, of course, we're lucky enough to sit on. So this motion I'm going to read now is one that is being circulated to the various municipal members, and they're each passing it as it goes through. So I've agreed to bring it forward to this council. So sit back and relax. Here it goes. Whereas the town of Collingwood, as a member of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, supports protecting source water, planning for climate change impacts and shoreline resilience, ensuring safe and affordable water services for all our residents, and building up a sustainable blue economy in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin. Whereas ensuring healthy communities and a strong economy for Canadians depend on securing Canada's source water, which includes addressing water quality issues, contaminants and pollution, supporting biodiversity and reversing wetland and fish and wildlife habitat loss, and improving community knowledge to empower citizens to safeguard this essential resource. Whereas a freshwater action plan and a Great Lakes Protection Initiative were first announced in the 2017 Canadian federal budget with a $44.84 million investment over 5 years. Whereas the Freshwater Action Plan has combined science and action to address priorities in the Great Lakes, such as preventing toxic and nuisance algae, enhancing the resilience of coastal wetlands in the Great Lakes, restoring Great Lake areas of concern, and supporting Canada's commitments under the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, among other priorities. Whereas a commitment was made by the Liberal Party of Canada in the 2021 federal election to strengthen the Freshwater Action Plan with an historic investment of $1 billion over 10 years to restore and protect large lakes and river systems, starting with the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin. Whereas the federal government only committed $19.6 million in funding in the 2022 budget for the Freshwater Action Plan, falling short of the aforementioned commitment. Whereas the United States has invested $1.8 billion in the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative since 2017, and that's referred to as GLRI, and will see accelerated funding with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, whereas a 2018 University of Michigan study shows that for every dollar of federal spending on GLRI projects between 2010 and 2016 yielded $3.35 million in additional economic activity, whereas nearly half of Canada's population lives on the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin, a region that will continue to see accelerated growth, resulting in greater land and resource use pressures that will further contribute to water availability and quality issues. Whereas the Stockholm Resilience Centre recently identified the importance of wetlands as carbon sinks and freshwater's role in climate mitigation. Whereas the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Collaborative outlined 30 recommendations to Environment and Climate Change Canada as part of a 10-year, $2.2 billion action plan, 2020-2030, to protect Great Lakes and St. Lawrence, addressing shoreline erosion, outdated infrastructure, invasive species, exposure to toxins, and beach contamination, following an 18-month consultation with First Nations, NGOs, academics, and other experts. Whereas the recommendations outlined in this action plan should serve as the basis of programming for strengthened federal action in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin through its strengthened Freshwater Action Plan, whereas the newly established Canada Water Agency should play a role in accelerating the rollout of funding made available through a strengthened Freshwater Action Plan, Whereas freshwater action plan funding should largely be directed to community groups, local governments, and First Nations to ensure that investments made will have the biggest local impact and empower action at the local level, rather than being held back for federal administration and operations. Whereas it is critical to implement a strengthened freshwater action plan, including accelerating the $1 billion over 5 years to creating a Canada Water Agency to consolidate and coordinate federal water efforts and support provinces and territories in addressing systemic issues impacting the viability of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin and the communities dependent upon the region's source water. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Collingwood calls on the federal government to commit $1 billion in funding over 5 years for a strengthened freshwater action plan in budget 2023. Be it further resolved that the town of Collingwood calls on the federal government to guide its freshwater action plan funding to implement recommendations in the action plan 2020 to 2030. And be it resolved that the town of Collingwood calls on the federal government to direct priority funding under the strengthened freshwater action plan to projects in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin. Be it further resolved that the town of Collingwood calls on the federal government to make municipalities eligible for future funding in programs announced under the strengthened freshwater action plan. And be it finally resolved that the town of Collingwood directs its staff to submit this resolution to the federal Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, who's responsible for the Canada Water Agency, and our local member of Parliament. So read in. Okay. The consent agenda this evening is item 16 on the agenda. And there are a number of items here. The first one is 16.1, which is the Collingwood Quay Development Public Correspondence. And if that's pulled for discussion, I know Deputy Mayor Fryer will be leaving the room. 16.2, Rare Disease Day, February 28, 2023, and it's proposed the clock tower will be illuminated green, purple, and pink on that day. The next one is a proclamation for International Women's Day, with the clock tower illuminated from March 7 to March 14, 2023, and the flag raising March 7th. There's a proclamation for Amyloidosis Awareness Month, and the clock tower will be illuminated red on the evening of March 15th. And the proclamation for It Starts Month. Of course, this campaign runs for the entire month of March 2023. Could I have a mover and seconder for these? Councillor Potts, Councillor Houston, thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss any of these items? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of receiving these? Thank you. Item 17 is old or deferred business, and 17.1.1 is a reconsideration of the asset management plan and capital levy increase from the 2023 budget allocation. I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Mayor Fryer. The first item of business before his bylaw can be discussed that he's proposed is that council vote to reconsider this portion of our budget, and 2/3 vote of council be required to do so. So, Deputy Mayor Fryer, do you wish to give a brief explanation of the need for the reconsideration?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and I will. Do we need to read the motion before the reconsideration vote?
Through the chair, this works like waiving notice of a motion, so we need a motion to consider the reconsideration first, and that requires 2/3 vote, and then if that passes, then you'd read in the motion for consideration. Make sense?
Thank you, and I'll proceed then. A reason for not supporting the budget vote on January 31st was that, in my opinion, there needed to be more discussion of options to try to reduce a 2.7% increase. Additionally, I'd stated that there was still time, especially with 6 new council members. Throughout the local area, many others were planning to complete as late as March. We are now hearing of lower levels from those who have passed theirs in February, such as Town of Blue Mountains, which is saying 2.45% municipal and 1.64% Grey County. In addition, in advance of this reconsideration vote, I met with CAO Skinner and other senior staff and then provided some additional questions so further information could be reviewed and provided to all of council. Based on the positions put forward to you, I hope to have your support to move back into detailed discussions on the options regarding the 1.1% capital tax increases. From the outset, I had stated my concern for Collingwood's high rate of taxation, so any reduction is preferred, especially when it would be correcting one of the negative impacts of the inquiry. I want to thank you for your indulgence and the opportunity to address you on this reconsideration request. And just add that last week I had hoped that we could have included all members of council and the CAO because I consider that to be best practice. But of course, this week, unfortunately, Councillor Doherty is not in attendance and it's beyond my control. So.
Thank you. So with a reconsideration vote, there's no other discussion. And so we'll just bring that to a vote. All those in favor? Oh, mover and a seconder. Yeah. Councillor Perry, Councillor Potts. Okay, all those in favor of reconsideration? And those opposed? Oh, could we have those opposed again, please? It's defeated. Okay, thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is 17.1.2, the staff report C2023-06, Collingwood Code of Conduct for Employees be received, and that Council approve the Town of Collingwood Code of Conduct for Employees as attached here too. Can I have a mover and a seconder, and then we'll look to staff to comment on this. Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Potts, thank you. Would Executive Director Peg be commenting on this tonight, or do we know?
I'll turn to Sonia. I don't see Amanda online.
CEO Skinner?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one brief comment I'm going to do on behalf of Executive Director Peg. At the last meeting at committee, there was good questions, I believe, from the mayor and potentially others around relationships among staff. And then we've suggested in some of the analysis, it could even be staff-council relationships. And that was an excellent comment. We did go back and look at several other codes of conduct and have proposed some changes in the code of conduct for staff that we think incorporates these considerations, and our staff are quite supportive of the changes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Would anyone have any questions or comments about this? Okay. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Would there be any other business this evening? Councillor Potts.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I would like to bring forward that next week during the corporate services meeting under corporate update, I would like a better understanding on the town corporate policy of staff working remote. And following that discussion, it may be my intent to work with the clerk to bring forward a further motion.
Okay, fantastic. Any other business? Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I was just wondering, with respect to International Women's Day, I noticed online that the tickets are sold out. And it was my understanding there may be a hybrid opportunity. I'm wondering if you have information on others being able to join electronically.
Is this for the event at Simcoe Street Theatre? Does anyone have any information on that?
Julie Black.
Yeah, she's a bit of a draw. Does anyone here know if there's a opportunity? Well, we'll find out, and if there is, we'll get it up on the town website.
I'd really like for it to.
Oh, there we are. Hello, Dean Culver. Can you answer this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Yes, staff is working on a Zoom option for broadcasting the event as well. It's likely to require an Eventbrite registration, but staff are working on the details, and it should be announced very, very soon.
Thank you for that. Is that okay? Okay.
And I may have asked this because I'm old, I don't remember the answer. Community-based strategic plan, when are we beginning that process?
Yeah, it's this year, but I'll ask our CAO just to provide an update.
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have plans to talk about the steps we're proposing at the Strategic Initiatives Committee briefly with some of the other items for Council's first year. And the final draft of the RFP is in hand, so we're almost ready to tender pending that we agree what we're doing.
I think I remember the tender part, but thank you.
Okay. Any other business? Okay, seeing none, we're on to the confirmatory bylaw. That bylaw number 2023-025, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held February 27, 2023, be enacted and passed this 27th day of February, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts and Councillor Ring. Any comments or questions? All those in favor, and that's unanimous. And who would like to adjourn this evening? Who won? Okay, Councillor Jeffrey. All those in favor. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.